Hi, George. Sound check. Can you hear me okay, George? I see you're on mute, but thumbs up. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. How are you? How am I coming through?
You sound loud and clear.
Hello, Steve. Hi, George.
Hi,
Hello,
Joan.
Joan.
Hey, Steve. This
Yes,
is
Janet.
Janet. Just
Yes.
FYI, IT has confirmed if for some reason my connection dropped off,
Okay.
that Mike would continue to be host. The whole meeting wouldn't drop off. So,
Sounds great. So we'll rely on Mike to take it from here.
yeah, we'll
Thanks
be
again.
good. Uh-huh.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Barb. Welcome, Dr. Nye.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome, Donna.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Rob.
Hello, Donna. Happy New Year to all.
Yes.
Hello, Dan. Thanks for joining us, Dan.
Hello, everyone.
Hey everyone, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Santa. I recognize it's 4:30. We'll give it another 2 minutes. We'll allow a couple board members to come on. Welcome, Jeff. Hello, Rich. Okay.
Hello, Steve, and everyone.
Hello, Kai. Welcome. Nice to see you.
See you.
Okay, I believe we have a full complement of the trustees, and today, Wednesday, January 6th, we are about to hold our first meeting of the Board of Trustees of our beloved Finger Lakes Community College. And yes, we have business in front of us, a full agenda of matters important to the college and the college community as a whole. But we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the unrest happening at our U.S. Capitol right now and the threats to our Constitution. Our thoughts and concerns are there, and they're real, and we acknowledge that. Having said this, we also have responsibilities to conduct the business of this college. So with that, we go forth, and we'll give Trustee George Cushman the opportunity to call to order and open the Education and Planning Committee. So, George, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. So we'll bring call to order the Education and Planning Committee this January 6th at what time is it? 4:32. So first item is just to ensure that everybody's seen the draft of the minutes and from the last meeting, and if there's any changes or additions, please let us know now. Hearing none, we can move right on to the enrollment report, and Dr. Urbitis.
Good evening, everyone. Going to share my screen. So this is the updated head count and credit hour comparison that Janet shared with you yesterday. It reflects changes based on the initial weekly comparison report of December 25th compared to the most recent report of January 1st. Winter session is underway, and I'm very pleased to report that headcount enrollment is up 19.6%, and credit hours are up 21.3%. This is predominantly due to SUNY online students who are continuously enrolled, not taking a break from their studies or beginning their studies here, as well as nursing students who are taking Math 115, which is a 1 credit hour math course that is required of their degree program. So we're all elated with winter session results, and I'll stop to see if you have any questions before I move on to spring. All right, if there's no questions, spring 21, as you know, enrollment activity is underway. Full-time headcount is currently down 9.7%, which is a decrease from December 25th, as is FTE, is at negative 10.5, but also a decrease from December 25th. Part-time headcount enrollment is currently up 3%, which is a positive increase from December 25th. And FTE is up 7.4% in comparison to 1.7% on December 25th. So overall, spring headcount at this point stands at, we're down 5.1%, and FTE is down 6.8%. And just taking a little deeper dive into subpopulations and location, you can see the various change from the 25th to the 1st. New student enrollment is up. Transfer student is up. Continuing student is down. Returning student is up. And dual enrollment is down, but you'll also recognize we're talking about a small n there in terms of full-time subpopulations. In comparison to part-time, new is down pretty significantly, 33.6%, while transfer continuing are up. Returning is also down slightly, and dual enrollment is also down. And I'll remind you that dual enrollment are students who are not enrolled in the Gemini program. They're taking our credit courses at one of our 4 locations and actually enrolled in FLCC courses. By location should be no surprise given the change in modality and the impact on the campus centers that are offering very few in-person classes in the spring. However, conversely, FLCC Online and SUNY Online are doing exceptionally well. So I'll stop. Are there any questions? Okay, the one last thing I'd like to leave you with is that the spring tuition date for individuals who registered prior to December 31st was January 5th. And those who do not resolve their tuition bill, the deregistration date is going to be January 15th. And for those registrations received after January 1st, the tuition due date is January 22nd, and there will be no dereg for that population.
Any other questions for Dr. Urbitis? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move on to retention and Dr. Kaiser.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody has a good start to their new year. I'm going to share my screen. And can everybody see the screen? Great. This will be a quick, I think, retention update, but I do encourage questions. You've seen some of this data before. We'll be taking a deep dive this week into the retention data, specifically the retention metrics that we identified that are key indicators. And I think Deborah Ortloff and I presented these 5 key indicators to you last year about this time. It's primarily going to draw on the Voluntary Framework of Accountability data, that's the VFA. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time discussing that. There's 3 cohorts that you'll see, and I wanted to make sure everybody understands this. There's the main cohort, that's all students, regardless of credit accumulation and where they accumulated that credit. Then there's credential seeking students. These are students who have matriculated and have accumulated 12 or more credits. And then there's the first time full time. This is our traditional IPEDS data. It's probably not a very good indicator, but it is the currency across higher education. So the benefit of the VFA data is it breaks down this data in these 3 different ways for comparison, and it provides benchmark data, which is really important. So it allows us to compare how we're performing along these key metrics with our peers. The data that you'll see here is from the fall 2017 cohort. It allows us to benchmark with our peers from that point in time. But over the next few months, what we'll be doing, we'll be updating these metrics with current data. So then we'll be benchmarking basically with ourselves, comparing fall 2017 with more current data. I'll take questions along the way if you have them. The first key metric, it's percentage of students who successfully complete with a C or better developmental education and then go on to complete that course in that DevEd sequence, so that college level course. So students who started in DevEd English and then went on to complete English 101 successfully, or students who completed math, who entered into a DevEd math and then went on to successfully complete the first college level math course. I think this is really important because it demonstrates if our DevEd efforts are leveling the playing field for our students. The ultimate idea is not to pass your DevEd course, but to pass the course that it's preparing you for. So what you're seeing here on this side of the screen is English DevEd, and on the right side of the screen is our math DevEd. The really interesting thing about this data, I think, is that it also allows us to disaggregate the information so that we could dig deeper into different demographics, specifically identifying equity gaps. So what you could see from this data is in the aggregate, we outperform our peers, regardless of how the cohort that we use. If we use that main cohort or the credential seeking or the first time, those iPads data, we're doing better than our peers or equal to our peers in every case. And this holds true for our English sequence and our math sequence. It's a slightly different story when we break this information down in terms of race and ethnicity. Specifically, it breaks down, in this case, how we compare with our peers with African American students and with Hispanic Latinx students. So just to remind everyone, in terms of the key, our aggregate data is the gray bar. Then when we break it down to a subpopulation, in this case, it would be African American students, that's the blue bar. And then our benchmark with this subpopulation is the gold bar. So you could see, again, we do very well against our peers in the aggregate, but that advantage erodes to some extent when we break it down in terms of these demographics.
Jonathan, this is Jeff. One observation I had about this chart was that all the percentages are better for those involved in credit-seeking work. And I'm just wondering if anybody's thought about what the strategy might be going forward to demonstrate to students or potential students that they're, at least according to this chart, their rate of success will improve markedly if they're in a credit-seeking program, as opposed to not.
You're absolutely right. We had a really good discussion about this a few weeks ago at our strategic enrollment planning committee, and we're figuring out ways that we are bringing this data and talking about it with multiple groups, faculty and staff across campus. One of the things that we're using this data for is to help inform our guided pathway efforts. So one of our guided pathways initiatives is our first year experience. And I think what this data is demonstrating is that it's really important that within that first year, we make sure that students, specifically funneling students into degree-seeking programs and then supporting them along the way. Now, this data, what you're saying, the degree-seeking students, these are students who have completed the first 12 credits. What I worry about is for these populations, African-American students and Hispanic or Latinx students, is if we don't keep them that very first semester, they're not going to stay with us. It means that we have to really, I think, focus our attention right on the front end before they're students, and then orientation and that very first semester to make sure that we're providing as much supports to them and that they get into these credential seeking programs, as you say.
Okay, thank you.
The next metric, and again, you've seen some of this data before. This is a leading metric. It's and similar to the question that we had before, it's how successful, it's looking at the success of students who've completed their first 5 courses with a C or better. This has been identified as probably the best indicator of success based on guided pathway research, both within SUNY and then sort of nationally. So it's really talking about first term credit success. Credit success meaning you get a C or better. Similar to other institutions, we're right at our benchmark. We outperform in terms of the degree seeking, credential seeking students, and slightly underperform with the other 2 cohorts. When we break this or disaggregate this information, on the left-hand side, we have African-American students. On the right side, we have Hispanic or Latinx students. Again, we see a similar pattern. In the aggregate, we do better in all cases, but as we break this down, again, we're looking at the blue and the gold. Our benchmark institutions outperform us in several cases, and sometimes rather significantly. So I think what this shows here, similar to what you were suggesting, is that we have to spend more activity, more time, more energy supporting students as soon as they come in the door. That first semester is better, and we knew that already. But compared to our benchmarks, we need more efforts. Now, again, this is 2017 cohort, so this is older data. It'll be really interesting after we've implemented several different interventions, both last year and this year, to compare this data, 2017, with more recent data, and that's what we'll be doing in the coming months. You've seen this data before. This is the percentage of students retained from one semester to the next. So I won't belabor this too much. But as you can see, for both full-time and part-time students, we've increased our retention rate, and this is from fall to spring. So this was from fall. This is last year's data. This is fall 20. I'm sorry, it's fall 19 to spring 20. And then on the next slide, let's see. Oh, my computer froze. Let's see if I can unfreeze it. There we go. It's fall to fall retention. And traditionally, as an institution, we do really well with our fall to spring retention rates. It's our fall to fall that we don't do as well. We have a lot of summer melt. We've improved it from previous years, but we still have more, a long way to go in my mind. And we've talked about this data before, so I won't belabor it too much. But what you're seeing here is our fall 19 to our fall 20 data. Just gonna pause there.
Jonathan, quick question.
Yep.
So these are great. These are really foundational. But in order to catch a student before they where they don't succeed one semester to another. There's got to be a number of different indicators, and I assume that, and Deb might be one of the people to look at this. Are there key indicators that we're trying to figure out that help us identify students before they fail to retain?
Good question. George, your audio was going in and out, but I think I caught the full question. Yeah, there are two major initiatives that we've really ramped up since we've seen this data. The first one is the midterm grade pilot. So this is the midterm grade that we formally provide students feedback in terms of a midterm grade. That was a pilot this fall, and it will continue. We've expanded it on that pilot for spring 21. So that's early feedback that we're providing students. But we've also increased our efforts and supports around Starfish, our Starfish surveys that come out 3 semesters. We've been doing Starfish for a number of years. What we focused on in the last, I'd say, 2 years is really putting a lot more energy into increasing the participation rates around that with faculty and making sure that students understand what this Starfish data means. So when they get flags from faculty, what those flags mean, and then the follow-up around that flag. What we haven't done before is shared a lot of that flag data around what type of follow-up we provided for each student and if that follow-up was successful. None of this data actually shows that here, but we knew this even anecdotally since I've been here, that we need to spend more efforts right from the beginning. And when I say that, right at the beginning of the semester, to provide early and frequent feedback to students. And I think the Starfish survey and the midterm grade pilot help do that. Any follow-up? This is the fourth metric. It's the percentage of students who've reached credit thresholds by the end of 2 years. For full-time students, it's 24, for part-time students, it's 24 credits. For full-time students, it's 42 credits. Again, it's a leading indicator because it's looking at momentum or the pace students are in terms of how they're completing along their pathway or their progress along their pathway. We know that time is the enemy of completion, so that we're trying to measure this progress.
Jonathan?
Yep.
This is Jeff. I looked at these percentages and, they're obviously low. I'm wondering, do we understand the reasons why, saying credential seeking, only 34% reach those credit thresholds?
Yes. Many students, even full-time students, don't maintain the appropriate pace in order to graduate within 2 years. Now, this is not a phenomenon specific to FLCC. This happens all over the place. There's a national movement called 15 to Finish to try to get every student to take at least 15 credits. But we know that often doesn't happen. The data is not always intuitive on this. So oftentimes students, parents, even advisors will say, hey, we know there's a lot on your plate. Why don't you take 12 credits to maintain the minimum threshold of being full-time? Or why don't you take just 9 credits or 6 credits? But oftentimes that's not intuitive because we know that oftentimes the more credits students take, the more successful they are. And there's lots of ideas around why that's the case. One of the most prevalent one is you're really identifying much more as a college student. If you're taking 18 credits, you are more fully engaged as a full-time student. The other piece to this would be that I don't know if we have in the past, and this is something that we've started at least in the last year or two. Again, this is data that's 3 years old. Advising students to fully take advantage of winter term and summer semester. So, for instance, our winter term students, we have a big uptick this specifically for nursing students. Well, it's not a surprise that these nursing students are taking advantage of this winter term. We actually built it into their curriculum in order to stay on pace. This course, this math course, it's only 1 or 2 credits, was built into their schedule this way. This is how we presented their curriculum or their pathway to completion to them to fully take advantage of this. In previous years, I don't know if we fully advise students to take advantage of winter term and summer term so that they keep pace. I just want to point out that we have 2 metrics here. We have 2-year completion rates and 2-year credit success. This is completing within 2 years, and then credit success is the C or better in all the credits you've taken. This is the same metric, except we're, again, looking at this in terms of equity gaps. And the same pattern shows here in terms of we outpace our benchmarks. So gray is our aggregate data. Yellow is our benchmark data within these disaggregated groups, African-American students and Hispanic students. And in the aggregate, we outpace our benchmarks. But as soon as we break that down in terms of these demographics, that advantage disappears or reverses. So it really does point that we need to spend a lot more time, I think, energy successfully supporting our students of color. And once we have more contemporary data, I think we'll see if and how well our current interventions are working.
Jonathan?
Yep.
The support to African American, Latinx, et cetera, I'm assuming it may differ a little from a traditional, what I want to call white middle class student. There's different issues, there's different needs. How are those being addressed?
In multiple ways, and we still have more work to go. So again, this data reflects data before we even had a chief diversity officer on campus, which is, I think, really important to remember. I think SIM has helped bring the entire institution more aware of these equity gaps, and this data is really, this historic data is really demonstrating the need for this type of I'd say institutional level conversation that we need to be paying much more attention to these equity gaps and how we support these students in every step along the way. A few ways that we are addressing this. Last fall, so not fall 20, fall 19, we started working much more closely with students in our suites or students in our residential life. Many of those students are students of color who come from outside the Canandaigua or our typical region. So they're either Rochester students or New York students. And I think it's really important that we spend a lot more time supporting these students in ways that are specifically devoted to academics. And we've started those conversations over a year ago. We have much more, we have a lot more to do. And the COVID pandemic has interfered with a lot of the activities planned, as you could imagine. But that conversation about reducing that gap between the association and the suites and the college and academics, that has at least been a 2 to 3 year old conversation. COVID has been a wrinkle to it, but I think that's going to address, hopefully, a lot of what we're seeing in terms of this equity gap. I want to make sure that there's been lots of conversations around this in our different committees. So our SEP committee, I know Deborah Ortloff has been specifically looking at this and looking to update these metrics with current data. So I'm not going to put her on the spot right now, unless she wants to. She can unpause herself and talk about it. But I know that there's several initiatives in terms of how we capture this data much earlier on. EOP is another big piece for this. Our EOP program specifically identifies students who are typically students of color, but not always. And I think the emphasis we've had on there and the typical supports have been ramped up in multiple ways. So I've talked about the academic recovery plan. That's one way, but also the courses that we build and the pre-orientation. We have a whole orientation just for EOP students that are designed to help level the playing field from the start and then as these students continue. And it'll be, I think, between the interventions we're doing at the suites, the ARP, and the EOP work will all help. They're all designed specifically for this group. And then you add on to that the additional feedback we're getting in terms of Starfish and the Academic Recovery Plan, or ARP. I think we'll see some of this equity gap disappear, but this is all aligned in and spelled out in our DEI plan that was approved, I think, just last month.
Jonathan, do you mind if I chime in just a little bit?
Jump in, Tim.
Very quickly, George, in regards to adding DEI to the curriculum relevant to students of color here at FLCC, there's a variety of things that I have worked with the provost in order to institutionalize. So one of the things that I would say that we have done as an institution is that we're making sure that we're having this conversation with faculty and staff, including training. That training includes bringing in experts from Cornell University to teach our faculty how to create more inclusive spaces in their classrooms. In addition to that, I've had conversations with the academic Senate chair, which would be Milt Johnson, relevant to our student experience committee, in regards to adding different things relevant to pedagogical practices around diversity, equity, inclusion. For example, when it comes to diverse perspectives in the classroom, some of the things I'm going to be continuing discussion about is a contributions approach, an additive approach, a transformation approach, and a social action approach, which all supports diversity, equity, inclusion in student learning in this classroom. In addition to that, we are also having conversations. We've already had a keynote speaker, as you know, around universal design for learning, but we're also going to be having conversations about backwards design. I've been having conversations with faculty members on an individual and group level through our Center for Teaching and Learning in regards to things they can do to weave diversity into the classroom to meet the needs of these students. When it comes to Deb Ortloff's area and APCI, as you know, that we have been awarded by AAC&U as an institution in regards to the work that we do around disaggregating data. As a result of the information that came from her area, it also led to me being a keynote at Geneseo relevant to what we're doing. So I would definitely say that we're moving the institution forward around diversity, equity, inclusion. Last but not least, I would say relevant to the academic curriculum, we also have conversations on this campus. We had a keynote about cognitive bandwidth to talk about the lived experience of students who are coming from diverse backgrounds. And in regards to, once again, relevant to APCI or Deb Ortloff area, under the guidance of a professor here, Vera Wisman, I had the opportunity to participate in what's called assessment work relevant to the pillars of our learning framework in order to support diversity, equity, inclusion as well. Everything that I'm discussing right now, and I'll give it back to Jonathan, is also going to be important about how we support our students from the academic realm when it comes to institutional accreditation which we're currently having around middle states. Jonathan, I just wanted to chime in very quickly, but I'll give it back to you.
Sim, thank you. I wanted you to jump in because I think the work that you're doing that's specifically tied to teaching and learning, but also much more broadly, you're helping mature the conversation we have around DEI in ways that I don't think we've had 2 to 3 years ago. So your work is very, very much needed, and I think some of this data bears that out. All right.
I was taken with the emphasis on social, which I think is overlooked all too often, and picking up those conversations and addressing that, I think is particularly important for these students coming into a mixed environment. So it's great. Thank you so much.
I completely agree, George. One of the things that I think this awful pandemic has revealed is that the notion that Maslow before Bloom, Maslow's needs of hierarchy, which socialization is part of that, is much more important and needs to be addressed before you start thinking about Bloom's taxonomy of learning. And it's just sort of something that has been very frequent in conversations in higher ed around when socialization is hamstringed because of the remote learning that we're having in this pandemic. We are seeing that so clearly in ways that were not obvious before. All right, I've gotten to the last metric, which is our graduation rate. And this is the penultimate. This is what we want all students to do, complete the goal of graduating with us. And you've seen this data before. This is not benchmark data. We'll have that for you in the future, but it's showing our 100% graduation rate. So that 100% time would be within 2 years. Then we see it at 150% time, and then at 200% time.
Jonathan, quick question.
Sure.
Do those percentages overlap? In other words,
Yes, they accumulate.
Okay, so I was looking at those charts, and while I think we all would like to see people grind through and get it done in 2 years, if I wanted to read those charts as though at the end of the most expansive time measured, the 200%, if you add those up, it's like 90-some% of graduate over a 4-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. In order to do this, if we look at 2018, or let's look at 2017, this 25%, if we go here,
is
now
included in the
34%.
34.
Exactly. It's within that band. It's within here.
It's duplicative.
Yep.
Yeah, good. That clears it up. Thank you.
That completes the retention update. Are there any other questions, or is there any clarification that Deborah, I know you're very familiar with this data, that you want to provide, or anything else, Sim?
I'm good.
Great. All right, I'm going to quit sharing my screen. I think what this data bears out is that we are doing better than peers, but we have a lot of opportunity to eliminate our equity gaps much more. And that's where we're going to spend. This emphasizes the need for our DEI plan and the need for this work. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Any questions for Jonathan?
Just one quick comment, and it's just an observation. I've looked at some of those charts, and the percentages strike me as really low. So I appreciate the fact we're doing better than our peers, but I think the bar is so low that to say we're doing better than them, it goes back to your comment, Jonathan, that that's clearly not good enough. That we've almost got to set our own standard and try and achieve it. So just a comment.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I had the same thought as I was running through, is that the bar is too low. Exactly. So, and that just, I think, demonstrates the challenge that we face, is that if it was easy to do, somebody would have already done it.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate the work that that Jonathan's doing, and Sim and Deb. Because I know Deb's going to be digging down into more detail in these numbers as we go forward, as we grow and get more data, and that's going to inform us and make it even clearer what our interventions should be. So that's very encouraging. Thank you. We have a resolution next, and Jonathan, did you want to handle it? This is a pre-read we had last month.
George, can I interrupt for a second? Donna had her hand up for a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Donna.
That's
Thank
okay.
you, Dr. Nye.
I just wanted to double check with Jonathan to see if, again, as we're going forward and looking and analyzing that data, how are we breaking down the reasons for what those obstacles are? Because it's one thing to see the data, and then it's another thing to understand how we're going to solve that. And so my question is, what are we doing around data for reasons why people are not graduating in that time frame?
Sure. I would say we've embarked on this, and we still have a lot more work to go. And I invite Deborah or Sim to jump in. But we first started with the climate survey. Donna, if you're specifically talking about the equity gap, which I think you are, I'd say we first embarked on that by getting a baseline, by doing a really good climate survey. Probably one of the most extensive in higher education in terms of what our peers do. So that created the baseline. And then the information from that climate survey informed the completion of our DEI plan, which was in a year in the making. And it wasn't a year in the making because it took Sim a year to write it. It took a year to make because Sim did a great job of vetting these ideas in this plan with all constituents across the institution, so that everybody has a sense of ownership in it, so that everybody could see themselves in the different objectives, the goals, and the metrics. And that's, I think, really key, so that our department chairs see and understand the role they play and the role their faculty play in these. So one of the examples of this is we've created a community of practice for our first year experienced teachers that specifically addresses these DEI issues. So they've looked at this type of data, and then they talk about it as a community of practitioners. This just started. The first year experience is relatively in its infancy. We're in like year 2, maybe 2.5. But in terms of getting that community of practice together on a regular basis, that started last fall, interrupted during COVID, but we continued it this year. And it's probably, I try to attend as much as I could. They're the best meetings I have every time I attend one, because it is faculty and staff looking at data and talking about the reasons behind the data, as you suggest, and then how we address them. So some of the things we're doing are looking at the data, reading articles around these types of issues. So how do we build more inclusive classrooms so that we don't unintentionally marginalize students who are already might be feeling marginalized? So I hope that somewhat addresses your question, Donna.
Donna, I'm sorry, Deb, you're going to say something? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, just very briefly, there's all of these data that Jonathan's presenting today, and in general, a lot of the data that we look at from the board perspective, where it's so important for you all to see the highest level strategy driven data. They're indicator data, so they're telling us where to look and what else to look at. And some of those other data we already have, right? They're and Jonathan's referencing some of them we're just beginning to put together in new ways. The DEI plan tells us new ways to pull together things, both at an indicator level, but then also at an intervention level. And that's where we can look at the why more effectively. But I would also say that in addition to the example that Jonathan gave you around the first year experience, over the last, I would say about 2.5 years, we've institutionalized some really strong practices of data-driven decision-making. And two good examples of that are the strategic enrollment committee work that's led by Dr. Urbatus and Dr. Kaiser, and a lot of the work that's around teaching and learning days, which is a faculty-led initiative supported by ASA and by APCI, where faculty are getting together and they have a lot of different data that's very specific around student learning. So they can look at not just the indicator, but how does that couple with what's happening in their course? Are they seeing similar patterns of, say, African-American students struggling with learning? So that indicator is telling us, let's have faculty look at this at the course level. We use that indicator then to guide professional development. We use that indicator to guide how we're helping look further in our committee work. And that's a real change at the institution. That's something that wasn't happening 2.5 or 3 years ago. There's always more data. There's always more you can look at, but if you don't have the practices to look at it and think through it, it doesn't matter how much data you have. And that's something I think we're really getting a lot better at, and that I'm proud of the work that is happening across the board.
What I was going to say, Donna, is that in addition to everything that Jonathan and Deb have discussed, I think it's also important to acknowledge that sometimes the students who are coming from diverse backgrounds may not have the self-efficacy to perform, right? So we're having conversations with students around that and what that would look like. That's one. Two, I think that in regards to the individuals who have a lot of face time with these diverse students, we're also talking about opportunities for mentoring, whether that's through EOP and or Alana, right? In addition to that, we also want to foster a level of accountability. Though I myself did not go to community college, sometimes I have conversations with others. The number of resources we have here and elsewhere, sometimes I think you really have to be an active participant, or for lack of a better word, you have to try to fail at community college. We have so many resources here to support a student from start to finish. And in regards to a holistic approach, one of the things that we currently have in place, as you are fully aware, is guided pathways, right? So once we have all these structures in place, as we're already working to do that, I think that we will see some positive yields relevant to diverse student populations. Last but not least, in regards to data-driven initiatives that we have here actually through our Office of Student Life, we actually host an extended orientation for students coming from diverse backgrounds. So we try to partner them with other students here who may come from diverse backgrounds after the original orientation during the summer during the summer or the fall. So I just wanted to share that as well.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that you would continue, as I'm sure you will, to inform us about that aspect of the data as well as we go forward. I understand this is still all fairly new, but I appreciate the progress that we're making. So thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Lively topic, important topic. Jonathan, I really appreciate you bringing the whole retention issue in on a regular basis. I think it's important to keep it foremost in our mind. Jonathan, do you want to continue on with the approve the institutionally recognized name policy? I think we have a final reading on this. Do you want to involve Sim?
Yes, Dr. Covington has been really leading this effort. He's been carrying the ball, so to speak. So I'm going to turn it over to him to find out if there are any questions to be asked at this point around the institutional recognized name policy. Either myself or Sim could address them.
And we got just a very quick update. We made sure that we addressed the concerns of Academic Senate, and I'm very happy to share that Academic Senate has approved the policy. Also, fun fact, the students are thrilled. So they're very excited to move this forward. It's really, obviously it's for faculty and staff because it's an institution-wide policy. But for the students here, I'm the advisor for PRISM. So for the students here who are part of PRISM, Student Corporation, et cetera, they are thrilled that we are actually looking to move this policy forward. So the fact that we're going to start with a soft rollout and then move things forward, we are getting a lot of positive feedback. I think it's a student-first approach to what we're doing here at FLCC. Well, are there any questions, comments, or concerns relevant to the policy?
Yes,
This is
Dr.
Santa
Sim,
Abraham. I have
just
a question.
go ahead, Santa.
Okay. How many other colleges have a policy like this? Are there many?
No, because right now I'm actually in, there are several, but not all, to give you a direct answer. Right now I am in what's called the Standard of Professional Practice Institute for NATOE. I let them know today that we are, I said I'm in a meeting right now with them, but I said I'm leaving for a Board of Trustees meeting to present this policy, and they've asked me to share our policy. So a lot of institutions are still very new to this work. And when it comes to this policy, there's a legal aspect that you have to take into consideration, Santa, because there are caveats to where your institutionally recognized name policy can be used. Certain places you have to use the person's legal name. So the complexity of that, we had to weed out with the help of what's called the Name Management Technology team here at FLCC.
Thank you.
There's another question?
Yes, Dr. Steve here, and actually you touched upon it. Was there an actual formal legal review? You talked about a team internally. Did we use inside or outside resources for that particular legal review?
No, we did not use external resources for the legal review, but I did reach out to colleagues who work within the field. And in addition to myself, there were other people on the name management team who also looked into it. So a perfect example of that, when we were making this decision around the institutionally recognized name policy, is whether or not we were going to allow people to change their first and last name. Right now, we limit it to the first name, which most people just really want to change their first name. But the reason we limit it to the first name, because after having a great conversation with campus police here at FLCC, if there's a situation where a student is in some type of danger, passed out, et cetera, at least we can have the last name as some type of identifier in order to help them during that emergency. So that's one thing. In addition to that, as I mentioned last time, we are allowing students to get their institutionally recognized name policies on their ID.
This is Jonathan. If I could just jump in really quick. In terms of benchmarking, do other institutions have similar policies? I would say it's rather common in urban areas. Most colleges in Chicago, I was part of a 7-college system. We called it the preferred name policy. At Columbia College, Chicago, where I taught at for 4 years, we also had a policy. It was actually implemented while I was there. And we actually had very, very similar conversations that we're having here. So I think it's much more common in urban areas, and now it's becoming a national policy. And I think we're we're on the front edge of that curve.
Very quickly, in regards to, Donna, I got you. In regards to the preferred name policy, the reason that we've selected not to call it the preferred name policy here at FLCC is because we got some feedback from the LGBTQ population who says, it's not my preferred name, it's my name. So we want to make sure that we show sensitivity to that as well. It's not necessarily, it's similar to somebody implying that sexual orientation is a preference, right? So we want to think about the undercurrent of that and what's the best ways to move this forward. So we've presented this to these stakeholders for feedback, and it was positive. Donna?
First, I have a comment. I think that the work that you've done obviously involved logistical details to the nth degree. And I'm sure working with IT even was just a jungle of issues that needed to be addressed. So I congratulate you on getting this far with all of that. A minor question that I have is, does this affect diplomas in any way? I know it's an official document, so I would assume it might fall under the legal standard, but it's also a personal document. So I was just curious if diplomas, names on diplomas are affected in any way.
Now, to my knowledge, typically you can get whatever name that you want on your diploma. It's typically going to be more sensitive around transcripts, right? And because typically when you go to get a diploma at the end of part of an institution's graduation application, when you're applying to graduate, they'll ask you what name or how would you like your name to appear on your diploma. With that being said, it's definitely a learning curve for individuals who decide to use this policy, because if my name on even though I'm not transgender, let's say, for example, I was, if my name on my resume was Simone, my diploma says Simone, but now they pull my transcript and it says Sim, that may be close. But let's say, for example, if my document said Sarah per se, right? So when these students are transitioning to the world of work or greater employment, that's when they may decide, what is that going to look like? When are they going to have these conversations with this employer, et cetera?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Excuse me, and not just students, even employees. We have employees here at FLCC who identify as transgender. They may not be out to the campus, but in certain situations, they would have that conversations with me in private. But, how is that going to play itself out if they transition somewhere else? Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns relevant to the IRN policy?
Thank you, Sim.
You're very welcome.
We will be, this is a resolution we'll take up at the full meeting. And that wraps up this session. So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Santa, so moved.
Thank you, Santa.
This is Joan. I second.
Thank you, Joan. Seconding. Back to you, Steve.
Trustee Cushman. We appreciate that. And as we transition to our Finance and Facilities meeting, Trustee Don Cass wants us to know that he's thinking of us, and we're thinking of him. He is just coming off of quarantine, having been exposed around others with regard to COVID-19. He's okay, and he's coming off of that quarantine very shortly. So we've asked Trustee Astos to take on the role of leading our Finance and Facilities meeting, and as he's getting ready to do that, we thought we'd provide Dr. Nye an opportunity to introduce Dr. Dan Dupuy, who's joining us for this meeting as well. Dr. Nye, would you introduce Dr. Dupuy?
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to have Dan Dupuy on our team. He is the Vice President for Administration and Finance. And Dan, I forget there's one other thing that you are, and also the Treasurer, enrollment. So Vice President of Administration, Finance, and Enrollment. He's also the Treasurer, and he's also the President of CCBOA for Community College Presidents. And I had the pleasure of meeting Dan 2 years ago. Went up to visit, actually it might have been 3, it's coming up on 3 pretty soon, to visit and to see Dan's his operations in action for the great work they've been doing in terms of their facilities and energy conservation, and really knew then that this guy was really sharp. And when I asked for help while J.R. Dempsey is on his administrative leave right now, the SUNY folks were very fortunate and corralled Dan in to come help us. It's a common activity for the CFOs and SUNY to get shared when there are situations, and already Dan has helped make a big difference for us, and really glad to have Dan on board. So Dan, thank you. And if you'd like to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for having me this evening. It's been tough doing this virtually the whole time, but I planned to come to campus at one point in time, but then the plan got derailed. So working with the folks at FLCC so far, it's been great. It's been tough. It's been a challenge just because of, again, the distance and trying to do everything remotely. But have a great team, and they're doing great work here. So I know, were we going to present the financials here, Dr. Nye?
You got to let Jeff run through the protocols first, but yes, I know you're frothing at the mouth, so give Jeff a second.
Okay, so I'll call the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting for January 6th to order. And the first order of business is the December 2nd committee minutes. If anybody have any questions or comments on those minutes. Okay, hearing none. Next up is an update and financial report on the operating budget. And Christine, are you going to take the lead on that, or with Dan?
Yeah, I'm going to have Christine. I'm going to pull up the document here just so everybody can see the numbers. But Christine's she's going to take herself off mute, and she is going to do this. So hold on one second. Let me just share these.
First of all, hi everybody and Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year to you.
All right, Christine, everybody should be able to see the numbers.
Okay.
There we go.
So we met earlier this week to have our Finance Committee meeting on the 28th of December, actually. And I'd like to present to you that we are currently, as an update, we are currently working on completing our 1920 annual audit. And we are working with the auditors for the 1920 CARES Act expenses and finalizing reconciliations with that. We are currently anticipating a finalization of the audit to be completed in early February with the presentation to the Board of Trustees in March. With regards to the document that you're currently seeing on your screen, it represents 4 months of operation for the fall semester. You'll see the full tuition and fees revenue. As discussed at the committee meeting, we will be making some modifications to the budget categories for 2021. Also at our meeting on December 24th, we were able to to provide the latest updates on revenue. You will notice that we have a $4.5 million decrease. The drivers in this are what we haven't received is our second New York State aid payment. Last year, one of the discrepancies is by this time last year, we have received that payment. That's one of our discrepancies. Also, you'll notice that our chargeback rates are lower. The chargeback rate the chargeback revenue received has decreased by $699K, which is a decrease from year over year of 18.5%. We're also noticed a significant decrease in our non-credit courses, which are difficult to offer in a virtual environment. That is also down $189,000, which it represents a 72.2% decrease year over year. With regards to expenses, one thing that we do want to note with expenses is you're going to notice that they're down $1.5 million year over year. We feel that a lot of that difference is a timing issue, and in the next few months, we will be reviewing and analyzing that to identify the shortfalls. You will notice a decrease in salaries of $490,000, which is was 3.9%. Equipment has been held, and at this time is down 79.6%. This analysis and projections was based over spring revenue coming in with no changes. So given spring revenue, the analysis of CARES funds, and the fully expending our CARES funds and the federal stimulus that's coming in, you may see an increase in our equipment expenses over the next few months as we fully anticipate being able to spend all of our stimulus money that we will receive and our CARES money that we will receive. like I said, the estimates are based on current numbers. We have not taken into consideration any fluctuations or changes for the spring semester. We're looking to spend all of our CARES money and then again, review and analyze the current guidance for federal stimulus to make sure that we're able to fully utilize all of those funds once they're awarded and received. That is a brief update of our financials, and we are open to any questions.
Are there any questions? Just
This
one.
is
I'm sorry. Did somebody have a question?
Jeff, this is Donna.
Yes.
I just had a brief question, point of information. Has the college received any information about what kind of accounting we will be needing for CARES and stimulus money?
With regards to the CARES money that we've received, Donna, that we're still going back and forth with getting clarification as to the guidelines as to how those funds have been spent. That's one of the main things that we're currently working on with the auditors as far as reconciling the expenses and recording them for 1920. So there's still open-ended discussions regarding that. And we have not seen specific guidelines with regards to the stimulus package. I believe that that's still in a work in process. Dan, can you add anything to that?
Yeah, currently, there's still some outstanding issues with the CARES Act. We feel under any guidance right now, we can definitely spend the 1920 funds, which we had expended $509,000 in 1920. 2021, we have the $951,000 to spend. Even under the current circumstances, we're pretty confident that we can expend that money. Just looking at, fee loss, especially if you look at non-credit, I think we can definitely show a loss in non-credit dollars because of COVID. I think with our centers, so our other centers that we have, the rental associated with those, that can go against CARES. So I think we'll have enough expenses to expense that 951. Currently, the guidance, the reason is that there's so many issues is there's only been FAQs that have come out. So there's the bill, the legislation that's out. There's been no specific guidance document. There's a bunch of FAQs out there. Some contradict others. So right now there's just no solid guidance. So I think we're going to be all right based on how we changed some of the things we did. We originally were expending it on faculty salaries, which we can't per the guidance and the FAQs that have come out so far. But by using it on the college centers, the other locations, I think we can make that happen with the auditors. The new stimulus funds, right now, it seems that it's pretty open-ended how we can use it. And it looks like it can be used as a general revenue. It's a considerable amount of money. We don't necessarily know that we're going to get that yet, because if anything changes in that package, such as we go from the $600 stimulus checks to everyone to $2,000, that money's got to come from somewhere in that $900 billion. So it could come from that pot of money. So right now we as community college CFOs are discussing that with SUNY, trying to get out in front of it with SUNY on some guidance, and obviously not trying to get too far out in front of it, not knowing what the numbers are truly yet. So I think everyone's pretty comfortable with it, from the perspective of, as long as we go back to how the bill is written and not additional additional guidance is put around it via either the state or the federal government, I think we'll have a pretty good path to spend that money.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
I have just one, and Dan or Christine or maybe even Rob, have you heard anything at all about whether or not the state of New York will simply decrease their contribution by whatever federal money we get. So it's a zero-sum game.
I can answer what I've heard on that.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
What I've heard is in the new stimulus bill, there is a maintenance of effort by states, so you wouldn't be able to do that. I think we would still see that 20% cut because that was prior to the bill happening.
Yeah.
But I don't, and we could see an additional cut, not in 2021, but in 21-22, because that's a whole new budgeting process. They could cut us again there. But right now for 2021 that we're currently in, we shouldn't see any more cut to state aid based on this new stimulus bill.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jeff,
are there any other?
From the president's side, what we've heard, and first, another one, just to clarify what Dan said, it's in the initial guidance we have, and then it did come from, we got it from Congressman Reed. The state can't cut us from an average they have to maintain funding at least at an average of 17, 18, and 19 combined over a 3-year period. So that so Dan's right though, but that's for 1 year. The other thing that we have to be concerned about is one, then we're going to get less ability to have capital funding potentially. And Dan, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the state will find ways to equalize their needs. And we just need to be aware of that there are other ways that they can equalize their needs and transfer the costs. And there's been discussions in various areas. Dan, I don't know if you've got anything more lately. There are other places where they can take monies. So, TAP programs, for instance, that we may not get our full TAP still is a possibility. It's been on and off the discussion this whole time. So I just think we need to be aware that there'll be an equalization somewhere. I'll say a very strong possibility of an equalization if the governor can't take monies from one place, they'll come from another.
I 100% agree with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? If not, I want to thank Christine and Dan for the work they're doing in making the presentations relatively seamless, knowing that you're doing it remotely and that Christine is stepping up. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, on to a facility. Yes, on to a facilities update. And I think Kathy was on.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. No. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I did send out a list of projects, and I'm going to change the order of them. I'm going to end with the O building and nursing. I do have some diagrams I want to show you. So I will start with CMAC restrooms, and Trustee Hamlin, thank you for giving me the right dates. That activity is happening now. So we did have a kickoff meeting with contractors on December 23rd, 2020, and they're working on the project now. So the intent is in the next month or two, the restrooms will be complete. And hopefully we will have some activity this summer at CMAC, so the restrooms will be ready for them. Very briefly, I had talked last time pertaining to AT&T, the antennas on the gym roof. And if you drive by now, you will see the antennas on the roof. They are large. They're okay, but they look like antennas. They should be done by the end of this week. And I'm going to tell you probably by the end of next week, by the time they commission them. The other project that's going on that started on Monday is 3 air handling units are being replaced. And that has been a good coordination effort with asbestos and removal all at the same time. We are installing one of the units in the next week, and then 2 others will be coming later. So that has worked out really well, honestly, without a large population moving equipment in and out. So that's worked. Geneva server room, I did talk about that last time, and that was modifying the server room in our Geneva building to accommodate the emergency server room for Ontario County. And we actually, the fire suppression system will be is being coordinated, and I think there is a kickoff meeting next week on the installation of that. But that still is working through John Taylor pertaining to the negotiation and the legal documentation for both servers in one room. So we're moving through that, and hopefully by spring that will be done. And then the next one before the nursing project is the electrical system upgrade. Talking about capital projects and capital funding, the next year, you know, we typically have $1 million to $1.2 million, with half of it being sponsored by the county. But for 2021-22, that number has decreased because of COVID, and we only have $300,000. So we're allocating that to a project that we already have design documents for, and that will be upgrading our electrical infrastructure, or at least starting. It's about a 5-year program. So for that $300,000, we'll be start taking out some of the emergency panels. And please know that those emergency panels are like 30 years old. So we have to start that process, and that has always been in the capital projects. And then lastly is nursing. And I want to attempt to share my screen, and that should show you. Hopefully some of you have seen this before. This was in October. I'm sorry? Everybody okay? Can we see it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So in October of 2019, this was a conceptual drawing that was presented to the Sands family to get support and donation associated with the project, and we've been thankful that they were able to do that. And I just want to give you a picture of where we are. So when you see this FLCC, and if you see this area here, the infamous O building, or the blue structure, is gone. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So I'm elated, yay. Well, let me spend a minute on that now. So as we know, that was a temporary building installed in 2002 and 2003. Because of the amount of construction work that we have to do, it really had to be relocated or moved or demolished. We went back and forth several times, and I wrote a scope of work with Tom Harvey from the county, and we really didn't know how to solicit that, but literally we put it on auction. I think it's Auction USA Today or USA, and we use that often just for inventory that we're not using, i.e. desks or chairs, etc. So we did put it on, never thinking if we got one bid, we'd be happy, but we did get 2 people that were very interested. A gentleman flew up from New Jersey, and another gentleman came in from Buffalo, and both of them, their business is modular classrooms, if you will. Both of them are modular trailers. So with a lot of homework trying to find old documents, which everyone can appreciate, we were able to decipher the construction and how they came in, and it did not come in as a trailer. It came in 12 different sections, and they were literal modular buildings. They have a structural form to them. And what they have to take the siding off. They have to disconnect, because each modular building has 2 beams that they are bolted together. So they have to disconnect them. They have to take a crane and lift them and then put them on a flatbed. So it's a pretty complicated taking apart and getting out, but it was well worth it to them. So, you know, we had, I think the first price was $25, and it went back and forth 48 times between 3 bidders. And in the end, at the last minute, the gentleman from New Jersey got it for $7,200. So it's been an interesting experience. And I'm working with him. He should be here in March, depending on weather, but he has done this before. He's quite confident to come and take it apart and use it. He and the gentleman from Buffalo both felt that it was well worth possibly even $100,000 for them to have to take it apart and put it together and sell it. So they felt confident, and the gentleman from New Jersey already has some interested buyers. He will not sell it as one large building as we have it. It will be several small buildings. So anyway, that has been kind of fun, but that is where this would be. So it will be no longer. And when you walk in from D-Lot, so this is kind of a plaza now. It's a large plaza. There's a sign here where FLCC is new in the rendering. Those are the stairs that go down, as we affectionately call the pit. And there are double doors that go into the third floor, and then to the right is the nursing suite. So just to give you a familiarization of what that looks like. I want to now, does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, so it's kind of fun, and we're getting very excited about it. And especially with COVID, we had lots of concerns about funding in the state, and it has been continually supported, which has been great. And let me spend a minute on the budget. You know, we have $6.7 million. And I think I talked about this before, about we have several steps in construction where we do a stop and we ask a construction firm to give us cost estimates. And from the schematic design to the design development, we have honed down, and we're very close with the budget. We may have to, including everything that we want, we may have to look for between $200,000 and $400,000 based on the design development documents. What I want to flag everybody is that has contingencies in it, it has allowances in it, and it does not take into account where we are right now in the bidding environment. Where we are is contractors are hungry. They're looking for work because a lot of the funding has stopped. So from the construction manager's position, who is LaChase Construction, they are seeing numbers come in, you know, between 5 and 10% less than what their budgets have, what their cost estimates are. So we're confident to move forward, and we do have some add alternates, if you will, that we can make some decisions on, but we are moving forward. We are going to give them the program. Comments? Okay, so let me I'm sorry?
No, just a couple of quick comments. One, I appreciate the fact that you worked with the county in dealing with the building. You know, having add or deduct alternates onto a bid is always a good strategy. So appreciate the work.
Thank you. So let me just give you this is a floor plan, and I look at these all day, so not everybody, it's not always a comfort, but this is what we have now. So these are the entry doors that I talked about walking in from, as we call it, the pit. And these are the stairs that go down to the second floor. This is the existing nursing suite. This is their conference room. This is the suite that was redone in the 90s. And down here, there adjacent to it is the massage therapy room. And this is the massage therapy, and then there's a science lab here. The work will be integrating the massage therapy to the nursing suite and then adding on, and this is what I'm going to show you here.
Okay.
Because I know it gets you kind of, if you don't, it gets you kind of nuts. So this right now, right here is where the building stops. This is the pit, as I continue to call it. The existing stairs are here. So the addition or the expansion moves back toward the O building, right? So the O building would be right here, and the excavation to make this work, the O building couldn't be there. That's why we're not extending all the way to where the O building is, but that O building will be a construction laydown area along with excavating and getting down to be able to build the foundation, et cetera, for this addition. In the existing building, we now have the nursing suite, and we integrate into the massage therapy room, right? This was a massage. This is at Science Lab. We are not touching. So just to give you a feel, what we will do during construction is we will build a plywood partition. It will be a solid wall all on that corridor. So the contractors will come in, do their thing, and leave. But you know, we're trying to separate as best we can. Yes, it will be noisy. Yes, it will be dusty, but we will work the best to be able to do that. But there will be a large partition wall. And then lastly, this is, and I'm quite slow at making all this work, and I apologize for that. But this is the main entry where we saw the FLCC. So this is, you come in at the plaza level that you have new stairs that go down to the entry, downstairs to the third floor. But on that plaza level where that glass was, will be a nice lobby. We're also putting restrooms in. We're putting in an elevator. There's several restrooms here, and you would say, why do you need so many restrooms? Well, we are hoping that we will be able to expand, and in this area, have a flex lab, and we have a grant. And Deborah, I know we haven't heard anything from that grant, but the intent is to have another addition for nursing, and with these restrooms that answers the code requirements associated with the additional space.
Very good.
So that is what,
I have a question.
sure.
Thank you. The
I'm sorry?
events, correct? Would they be, because there aren't any
Absolutely.
stuff at the fields?
Absolutely. And we think alike. It was one of the things I thought as well. I was wishing it was even closer to the fields, I promise you. But yes, they will be able to be used. And it really, I'm excited about it. And actually, they're all, one stall so that, and I'm going to say unisex. I know that's not the right word in today's world, but they're all able to accommodate anybody. And that's the way they
Let's use them.
Yep. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, no, it's a great comment.
Wanted to make sure that it could be used for those events.
Yes. Yep, any of the outside events it can be used for. And that's the facilities update. Anything else?
Any other questions? If not, thanks very much. I appreciate the presentation.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to ask a question about accessibility.
Yes.
So that stairway down, I'm assuming that the elevator is all accessible.
Yes. Everything's accessible here, and quite honestly, it's not now, right? So if you come in from the D lot proper, you have to go through the gym, down an elevator, from the out, it's very, very cumbersome. So this, and thank you for bringing that up, this accommodates taking care of some of the accessibility issues that we have.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Jeff, I have a question for Kathy.
Sure.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Kathy, could you give the trustees an idea of timeline when final design drawings will be done and when we're going out for bid and when we expect to award bids?
Yes. So thank you. So construction documents are happening right now. We have a project team meeting next Tuesday, I think. But our goal is at the end of this month or first week in February, the bid documents will be construction documents will be going out to bid. We will allow probably the month of February, beginning of March for the bids to come back. The intent is to select probably the top 3 contractors. We will interview them. And the goal is by mid-April, beginning April, mid-April, to have a selection, start do the contract contracts with the contractors, and then school will end. And I say right after Memorial Day that we will start construction. We may start prepping for construction a little ahead of time with some of the construction laydown areas. I don't know if that's me, but for the construction laydown areas. So that, and then what will happen is the existing building, right? So this is the existing building line. The existing building, that renovation, we're pushing to get done by fall of 2021, this coming fall. So nursing will have a new suite. It will not accommodate all of the additions that they're anticipating for this fall, but they're not anticipating that until 2022. And then the intent is that expansion will be complete by the fall of 2022.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is
Other questions?
you anticipate that the
Sure.
contractors. Yes.
Go ahead, Santa.
I'm listening. Yep.
Do you anticipate that the contractors are going to pad their timeline because of COVID? I know in my own personal experience in my job, projects are taking a lot longer because of the limited people that can be in the building and whatnot. So do you anticipate those same risks?
It's a great point, and I think I would talk with Chase Construction associated with what they've experienced. And, that's very interesting. And maybe when we put the RFP out or the construction documents out, we have a little caveat in there to ask the question to see how they can handle it. Because the schedule becomes very important. And anyone that works on a campus, whether it be FLCC or main campus or even K through 12, they know the schedules because we're so tight within getting that project done. So that's a great point, and thank you for that. I don't have a magic answer. I wish I did.
You're welcome. No, just anticipate it. I really think they're going to be limiting how many people, you know, can be on site and whatnot, and that's always going to throw your timeline off.
Yeah,
Everything's
well,
always
and you know,
changing. You
yeah.
have to be flexible.
No, we do, and you know, quite frankly, the other challenge we have is some materials, because materials are taking a little longer. I have, so that's a challenge for us, even at a very small project level that we do in-house. We're having some challenges with that.
Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions for Kathy? If not, thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm trying to get out, and I'm not sure.
That's okay.
I think,
There you
Mike, you may need to get me out of here. Is he, Mike? Mike can do it.
Kathy, I think you can just stop sharing your screen.
I am, but I can't seem to find my screen, my Cisco thing. So I apologize for that. Here we go. I'm trying. All right. Maybe I'll just leave and be done. I don't know why this isn't. I can see all you people, but I can't. I don't have a control bar. I'm hoping that the host can just knock me out.
Go up to the top.
There we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie, you want to talk to us about the fiscal year 20 summary for the association?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. I wanted to thank Dr. Nye for inviting me this evening to speak with you. The association's audited financial statements are not yet available due to some issues that we're having with the association housing debt. So I'm giving you a high-level overview since the association's audit committee and board has not yet seen the audited financial statements. And then I also have a quick summary of the year to date, which is very telling. So I will also attempt to share my screen. Hopefully I do better than I do with the whiteboard when I come to visit you. Ordinarily, I would be providing the audited financial statements in December, but we are behind. Let's see. Hey, how's that?
Bingo.
All right. So I'll start first with a snapshot of the fiscal year 20 audit. Bookstore revenue decreased by about $76,000, which is only a 4.4% decline from the previous year. The good thing about when the pandemic hit was that the bookstore had gone through its two major rushes for fall and spring selling textbooks, and the sales are just incremental really from mid-March until the end of June. So that was a positive in this negative. Bookstore net income overall was at $33,661 prior to the child care transfer of $42,000. And you can see the fiscal year 20 and the fiscal year 19 I have for comparison purposes. So the bookstore continues its decline that has been trending for a number of years now, and is pretty much at the break-even point for profitability. Athletics and net income was about $60,000, and of course that's because the vast majority of the spring athletic season was canceled. Auxiliary services had over $250,000 loss, but it generally is a losing proposition prior to administrative fee transfers coming in from housing, the bookstore, and childcare. Housing academic year revenue was down about 22%, and that is in line with the fact that students were not in residence for 25% of the academic year. The next figure is the consolidated revenue. Shows overall, this would be with all of the association plus housing, a decline of 12% in revenue and a 63% decline in net income, which is quite the drop, the vast majority of which is due to housing. This next slide I put up for Dr. Nye because one of his favorite phrases or least favorite phrases is that we're in the eye of the COVID hurricane. And that is also true for the association, much more so this year than last year. So as we're forging ahead, I wanted to give you a little bit of a deeper dive into association housing so you can tell where we are, since that has become the real profit center for the association over the last several years as we've faced bookstore declining revenues. So back in the spring of fiscal year 20, the association has issued $618,000 in housing refunds, which equaled 50% of the spring 2020 semester. That ended up triggering a failure to meet the debt service coverage ratio. The association housing needs to maintain a debt service coverage ratio of 1.2, and it was at 1.06, which is not horrible, but it was enough to trigger a failure, which becomes an event of default per the bond covenants. Currently, we're working with Key Bank to effectuate a forbearance agreement. Key is not interested in calling the debt due, but there are a number of steps we need to take. We're currently using the operating reserve to fund operating and financial expenses in the interim. We do have a principal bond payment, which is coming due on June 1st, an annual payment of $590,000, and that, along with the annual variable bond interest and swap payments, which are estimated in this year's budget at about $516,000. Those two together constitute over $1 million for the association to pay during this year. Concurrently, we are facing more than $1 million revenue shortfall, and I'll get to that in a moment. As we're working our way through towards a forbearance agreement with Key Bank, we're discussing right now using the capital replacement reserve, which is right about $1 million, and the debt service reserve fund, which is at $562,000, to bridge the gap in the interim. The audited financial statements are delayed. Bonadio is not issuing an opinion until it has an opportunity to review the forbearance agreement to determine whether or not it will issue a modified opinion and whether or not all of the debt will need to be called current. So we're hopeful that by the end of January that will be executed. Moving on to this year, as I'm sure you're all aware, the maximum occupancy at the suites is 47% due to COVID. We had used best practice and decreasing density. We're fortunate that we do have no more than 2 students sharing a bathroom at any one time. However, we decreased that to 1 student per bathroom, and that's how we arrived at the 47% maximum occupancy. We did have enough applications initially over the summer where we would have had a full house, but certainly due to the current environment and health restrictions and whatnot, we arrived at 47% maximum occupancy to create a safe environment and in the hopes of limiting any type of spread. Bottom line is, at the end of fiscal year 21, which is almost coming on us, I can't believe we're halfway through the year already. We've got looking at a projected cash flow deficit of about $144,000. We are hopeful at this point, given the positive news with the vaccines, that we may be able to return to full occupancy in fall of 2021. However, depending on how the forbearance agreement plays out, we certainly would not be able to pay off subordinated expenses, which would be the municipal services payment to the town of Hopewell and the ground lease payment, which flows from Association Housing to FLCC Association. The reserves would have to be fully funded or refunded if we move in the route of tapping the replacement reserve and the debt service reserve funds. The association also will not be receiving any residual income payout until that's satisfied. And that has been a nice source of revenue over the last 5 years for the association, that and the ground lease payment from housing. So fast forward to the current year, fiscal year 21, the association executive committee over the summer voted to stay with the fiscal year 20 budget until we had much better information. The association board was presented with budgets in October and voted in November. And this is just a quick summary of all of the decreases, the high points in the budget, or low points, so to speak, of how the budget has changed between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. I would call your attention to a couple of numbers that are in red at the bottom. The bookstore net loss from operations is predicted to be just about $20,000, and that's prior to the bookstore transferring administrative fees to auxiliary services and projected $116,000 shortfall for the child care center. Overall, that leads to a net loss just for FLCC Association of just under $500,000. A deeper dive into the association's current fiscal year, Association Housing's current fiscal year. As I alluded to earlier, we're projecting over $1 million in loss, and that's strictly a numbers game due to the fact that we're at less than half of occupancy, when generally we are at 100% occupancy every fall and low to mid 90% occupancy every spring. There won't be any housing revenue in the summer for either FY21 or fiscal year 22. The projected occupancy for spring, as the housing office has been able to determine who has indicated intent not to return, and in some cases as they do the room checks over break, just find that a student has vacated, all the belongings are gone from a room, and the student has failed to tell housing. So right now, earlier this week, we learned that 44 of the 166 residents are not intending to return. We do have the spring application open, and currently we have 13 potential students who have applied who are interested in housing for the spring. The good news with that is there's a very high yield in normal years for the spring based on those who apply. They tend to be very serious, and there's a very short turnaround time. But in no way, shape, or form will that lead us to replace those 44 who have left. So we're looking at somewhere from, I would estimate, about 122 to 135 residents in a building that holds 353 ordinarily for this spring. The housing revenue last year through November, and I had shared the November financials in your agenda packet, which also shows you what the budget is for fiscal year 21. We had already made $54,000 more in revenue last year through November than the entirety of what is budgeted for this current year, if that gives you a good indication of the financial shortfalls. Operating expenses, and a piece of good news, are down 23% through November. And rental income, we had received 49% of that through 11/20, which was at the 46% of the budget. Net operating loss to date is $250,000 for housing, and that is a difference of $668,000 versus last year at this time through November 2019. The cash and reserves for housing are strong as of the end of November. This cash of $661,000 does not reflect the spring 20 housing refunds. The association housing entity just paid the college a few weeks ago for those funds. We had been told to hold off in case the CARES Act funds in any way, shape, or form could be applied for the spring 20 housing refunds. They were not able to, and now that the association housing entity has better cash flow due to the receipt of academic semester rents for fall 2020, we were able to pay that off. So that pretty much shrinks to nothing until we get a replenishment in the spring of the housing payments from students enrolled for spring 2021, which leaves us with reserves of about $2.2 million. Moving on to the association, a quick snapshot through the end of November. Bookstore sales, which mainly included Fall Rush, were down 28% versus the same period last year, or about $250,000, running right along what we had budgeted. So that's the good news in all of this. It's not a shock. And there's a net loss to date of $204,000. Some of the inventory for fall is held over for spring, so I believe that, in terms of textbook sales and course material sales, that net loss will drop after spring rush. Child care's revenue has decreased by about 60% versus the same period last year. Some of that is a function of having not received grants yet, or the same number of grants. Also, we've been hovering around 40 students enrolled at the Child Care Center, whereas we normally have good, healthy enrollment of between 55 and 60, which is a mix of full and part-time. So both of those have contributed to a current net loss of almost $50,000. Overall, the association, minus housing, not including housing, is showing a net loss of about $322,000 through November. And the loss compared to November 2019 at the same time is over $500,000. The association has squirreled away for a rainy day. And we have about $1.7 million still in cash and cash equivalents in the fund balance, and about $434,000 in accounts receivable, which is mainly fall payments due from the college. So there's still a nice, strong, healthy balance sheet for the association to get us through as we're saving for our COVID rainy day in fiscal year 21. I entertain any questions on anything you'd like to ask about the association, since it's the opportunity. I know Don and Barb in the past has done a very good job keeping everyone up to date in the time that I'm, the other 11 months of the year when I'm not presenting. So I will open the floor to any questions any of you may have.
Are there any questions?
Steph, this is George.
Yes.
This, my hats off to you. This can't have been easy. Not only tonight, but the past year. This is getting a little bit in the weeds. When I was looking at the campus bookstore and comparing that P&L year to year, and obviously $250,000 revenue drop, but the cost of sales really didn't drop in proportion. Normally, they run as a percentage of revenue. Was that an issue? Can you talk about that?
If I understand your question, I think the $250,000 loss that we have to date is due to a variety of factors, because the majority of students are taking classes remotely and not even physically coming to campus. They are more likely to shop around online and order their books online. The bookstore has had an online-only presence for safety and health concerns, and rather than having, 20, 50, 80 students in the store at a time as a normal bookstore rush would be. So they have been shipping everything out of the back of the house. But I think the fact that students are not physically at the college and have a number of other options, with which to compare, Barnes & Noble online, Amazon, Chegg, a number of different outfits are competing for their attention.
I wasn't speaking as much of the revenue, it was the cost of goods. So that, in other words, for every dollar revenue, there's a certain percentage of what those base costs were for the product, the cost of goods. That just didn't go down at the same rate that the revenue did. And I'm just wondering if there was a change in the mix where you were selling less profitable items, or if there was waste, or.
Sure, I'm sorry. You had cut out for a minute. I was trying to answer your question, but anyway, that was good information. I hope that I provided you with. So yes, the markup for course materials is 25%, and the general markup for merchandise is anywhere from 40 to 50% in the bookstore. And we haven't had nearly the number of clothing items or gift items sold online as we would convenience items. Even the food and beverage draws a lot of students in. So yes, that is one factor. Another factor is that oftentimes the inventory for fall will be readopted by faculty members in the spring. So there's a holdover, and we carry the inventory from fall to spring for those purchases, rather than returning the course materials to get credit from the publishers and vendors.
Right. But it sounds like all the sweatshirts and hats and all that stuff really had an impact.
They do. It certainly adds up. And once the spring rush is over, then the store will do all of their returns for course materials that are not adopted for subsequent semesters, so that they can receive credit, and then that will decrease the cost of goods before the end of the year and before the bottom line hits.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Sure, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I had a couple, Stephanie. First of all, thanks for your presentation. And as George said, not an easy one to give, but you did it well. Thanks for the transparency. We appreciate that.
Sure, thank you.
My first question is with regard to summer housing. We normally have summer housing, is that correct? And if so, what kind of revenue will we normally see in the summer?
Sure, that's a great question. So since the summer of 2012, we have had the Hilkmore pageant, which has provided the bulk of summer housing revenues. Cast and crew stay at the suites for 16 days every July. That is going to be going away after one final year of the pageant, but that has been a great revenue source. We have had different camps. We have had like the New York Library Association, the SUNY Association of Librarians was here last year. We've had the DEC's Becoming an Outdoors Woman conference. We've had soccer tournaments with adults. We've had the Newark Pilots baseball team, which stayed for a number of years. So just a really interesting mix. A lot of people are very, interested in Canandaigua, as we know, as a summertime spot. And we did have another, even though the Hilkmore pageant is leaving, we have been in contact and in talks with another group coming out of Brigham Young University that will be bringing youth to the area, because it's still certainly a big attraction with Palmyra, although the pageant's ceasing. The attractions aren't going anywhere. So they'll be bringing camps going forward as soon as we're available to host them. But we bring in about anywhere from about $80,000 to $100,000 additionally in the summer during that time.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question really kind of grouped together. You noted a number of milestone dates of payments that are due. You're swapping variable bond interest. There was a principal bond payment totaling together, I think, a little over $1 million. Have that, or even the one that's due to the town of Hopewell as a municipality, have we explored any options of flexibility on the actual timing of some of those payments with those folks, knowing that we do have some challenges there? And if so, have we had any success in terms of those conversations?
Yeah, because I haven't even received a draft copy of the forbearance agreement, I need to wait to answer that question. I know that subordinated expenses can not be paid in normal times if there's not excess cash available to pay it. For the current year, we did work our way through the subordinated expenses despite the failure of the debt service coverage ratio. And we worked our way through the entire $19,615 in municipal services payments and about $43,000 of the $77,000 ground lease payment. Whether or not the bank allows us to pay that is up to the bank. And given the cash position, and the fact that we will be entering into a forbearance agreement, and based on my conversations with the bankers, we've been sent over to Buffalo because they have the expertise. So we don't have a regular relationship banker. I don't have a lot of hope that we will be able to. Certainly, the town of Hopewell has been a wonderful partner, and the Suites at Laker Landing uses its services constantly. They're, burnt toast here and there, aluminum foil in the microwave. We've, had a lot of meetings with Hopewell Fire, and we use the town of Hopewell Code Enforcement Officer for a number of projects and work very closely with them. So our hope, I know we've had some preliminary discussions at the executive committee meeting level, is in some way, shape, or form to if the association can pay Hopewell the municipal service fee, even if association housing in the end is not able to, that's certainly on the table. That's akin to what we did back in 2015 with the financial restructuring. Right before the financial restructuring of the debt, the association board voted to pay the town of Hopewell $161,000 that it had on the books for accrued subordinated expenses. So, that is an alternative because the finances of Association Housing and FLCC Association are completely separate. And it's really important to know that because Association Housing is an LLC, that FLCC Association's finances are not at risk here. They are completely separate. So we're all very thankful for that we still have the leeway to manage the association in the best way possible without bank interference.
Well, that's very helpful. Just two things. First of all, thank you again. Those are very complete answers. I would encourage us to, when some of that forbearance information comes to us, to at least make a reach out when you are given an opportunity to connect with that Buffalo-based banker in terms of a deferment. We're not suggesting we're not going to pay, but certainly a deferment that might give us a little more flexibility. It is a new fiscal year for all financial institutions, less than a week old. And so what happened in 2020 doesn't necessarily impact what might happen in 21 or beyond. So I think that exploration might be at least a consideration, and maybe in the association's best interest if in fact there is some cash flow challenges there.
Yeah. We have discussed just doing some type of deferment with the principal and with the interest payments. The issue with that is the time and expense involved with tinkering with the bond documents. The forbearance agreement is probably the least expensive and best way to quickly move through this. And as long as we're able to tap some type of reserves, Key Bank and I were really in agreement that that would be the best way to go, because once you start tinkering with the bond documents, it's a lengthy process and very expensive. So yeah, I mean, we'll still continue, and certainly the association executive committee and the board, when it's available, will be reviewing all of this. You know, making sure that the Association Housing Council also has the opportunity to review to ensure the best interests.
Thank you again for those answers. I appreciate it.
Sure, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions? If not, Stephanie, thanks very much for a very complete report.
Oh, sure. Thank you. I just realized my video wasn't on. So thank you, everyone. Nice to see you, and Happy New Year. And I'll end this as I ended my report at an admin and finance meeting the other day. Go Bills.
Very good.
Thanks. Best wishes, everyone. Stay safe.
Okay. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. Okay, patiently waiting is been Derek, who is going to provide us with the annual security and fire report. So, Derek, you want to start that?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for having me tonight. My name is Derek Smith. I'm the acting chief of campus police right now. So I will give you, I promise it'll be very brief and quick and to the point so that you guys can all move on with your evening. The annual security report, also known as the Cleary report, has been submitted to the Department of Education. We completed that. Typically, that's required to be completed by October 1st, but as with everything in COVID, they extended those deadlines. So we got ours in. Just a quick background before I pull the stats up. The Jean Cleary Act, as it's known, came about as Jean Cleary was a student in 1986 who tragically she was raped and then murdered. And after this had occurred, her parents kind of did a little digging in, and they found out that the crime that was committed against her was actually one of 38 or 39 violent crimes that had occurred on her campus. So her parents eventually made the argument that had they known these statistics, her daughter most likely would not have ever enrolled at that college. So in 1990, they enacted the Jean Cleary Act, and basically what that does is any college university that receives federal funding is required to report certain crime statistics for the previous 3 years. So when the 2020 annual security report is published for FLCC, that's actually the crime reports for 2019. So that's important to note. So moving forward for next year, when we do the annual security report, it'll be interesting to see what happens, because there's not a lot of stuff that's been going on campus. So we haven't really had a lot of crime on campus. So next year should be maybe quicker and easier to do. Who knows? I am going to try to share real quick. And can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is FLCC's 2020 annual security report. And in the annual security report, or I'm sorry, the Cleary report, of the many things that are required to be reported, I'll kind of touch on 4 of the main big key points. This is 67 pages long, so we're not going to go through all 67 pages. I believe you all have that, and if you have the burning desire to read all 67 pages, God bless you. Most of it is all policies and information in regards to how we do reporting, who's supposed to report stuff. So one of the parts of the Cleary Act is actually what you're looking at right now, and that is the annual security report. We are required to have this at every extension center. including the main campus. It is posted online, and there are actual hard copies that my office delivered to each extension center in the event that someone would like to see or have a paper copy. So that's key point number one in the annual security report. Number two that they require us to do is our daily crime log. That is not actually included in the report. However, campus police maintains that crime log, and basically what that is anyone at any time can come to the campus police office and they can request our daily crime log. And so that means any crime that's reported to us or that we handle, we keep a log of, and we have to make that available to folks that request that. The third major thing that our annual security report covers is timely warnings. And that basically is in the event of an emergency, we're required to send out some sort of notification to the community at large or student population. And we do have several ways of doing that. We have the FLCC alert system. We also utilize our 911 system. And it really kind of varies on the information that we have. A great example of this would be just recently the shooting that occurred at the Woodridge Motel involving New York State parole. We got that information obviously as it was happening. We tried to take all the information and determine the risk that's involved to the college community. So my initial reports that were being reported to me, because everything in communications can get convoluted, was that there was a shooting at the Woodridge and they were looking for the armed suspect. So that would be something that if that was the only information that we were able to obtain, we would have sent out a timely warning notifying those on campus that they should most likely shelter in place and give a brief description of what's going on. Fortunately for us, before we were about to do a timely warning and in communications with Dr. Nye and JR, I was able to confirm with the sheriff that they were not looking for an armed suspect and that they were in custody and there was no threat. So that's just an example of had we not received that information, a timely warning would have been sent out. And then the fourth major part of the Cleary report, that if you go through all of these 67 pages, you get to the very, very end, is our actual crime statistics that we report. So we report the previous 3 years. So there's 2017, 2018, and then this is 2019, which is last year's crime reports. I do want to point out to everyone, this is not every crime that is committed on campus. According to the penal law, anything above a misdemeanor is considered a crime. So in other words, if there's a petty larceny that occurs on campus, that's technically a crime. However, it's not a clearly reportable crime, excuse me. So these are in here. I have to say, I think we did fairly well. We saw no major spikes and we saw no major really declines over the course of the 3 years. We're kind of on par with most community colleges our size. The one thing that throws us off is CMAC. Cleary requires us to report any crime or alcohol or drug violation that occurs on your campus. So CMAC is on our campus. So I probably would feel safe to say I'm the only one in our area or region that when a young country artist that sells out at CMAC, everybody gets excited about the revenue and everything that gets generated. And I go, there goes my Cleary stats. So you may notice if you check some other community colleges, I've done some digging. The two that I can kind of remotely compare as closest to being to us was Genesee Community College and Adirondack Community College. If you'll notice, if you check out theirs, our drug and liquor law arrests and referrals are slightly higher than theirs, not really higher, but I would attribute that to most likely CMAC. Again, we get all the sheriff's reports. Our officers are also working. And when you have a sold out any show here at CMAC, we are bound to get some alcohol violations. So we do report actual arrests and what we call referrals. So the main difference between those two is if they are college students, we kind of have the option to say, we're not going to arrest you for this, but we're going to refer you to community standards, and you may face some college sanctions. So even though they don't get arrested for that, we still count that because it occurred on our campus. I'm certainly happy to report that we did have no hate crimes on campus. That's a major thing to be proud of. For 2019, we had a lot of zeros across the board. That was awesome. Our biggest area always is, and probably always will be on the college campuses, is the drug and liquor issues. And again, they're not major drug issues. I could probably confidently say almost all of those drug law referrals or drug law arrests are all marijuana charges. And who knows where that will go in the next year, 2 years, 3 years in New York State. So that is our annual security report. I believe that was sent to all of you. That is also online. You can click at any time to see it. The nice thing about our annual security report is our annual fire report is embedded right to that. So if you go to that, you can click right on the annual fire report and you can pull that up as well. So I'm also happy to report, when Stephanie was talking earlier about some just of the cooking incidents over at the suites, 2019, we had no major fire reports. We had, that's great. Our college is huge. It's concrete mostly. So if we're reporting major fires at our college, I'm concerned. We didn't have any. And at the suites, you can see predominantly is where almost all of these come from. And they're all predominantly, with the exception of a few of them, all cooking related, where college students are learning to cook. So not the end of the world. We had no major fires to report last year, and that report is certainly right embedded into the Cleary report. Is there anything that I can answer any questions or any comments, anything that is alarming to anyone? Sure.
Hi, Derek. It's Santa Abraham. Question. I don't know if it's appropriate, but anywhere in the Cleary report, can you put a caveat regarding CMAQ and break out the numbers?
So we don't break out the numbers from where unfortunately, they don't do it by actual individual location. When we report it to the Department of Education, we do that. So in other words, each year, so next year, when we go to do the Cleary report, I will have a significant drop in all of my cases. And when I submit that information to the Department of Education, it'll pop up a flag and say, your numbers have significantly decreased. Why is that? And then I will, it'll be an anomaly because of COVID, but let's say COVID wasn't going on, and for some reason CMAQ just didn't have a concert or a concert season. I would put that in there and say, we have a large concert venue on our campus. Predominantly a large portion of these arrests come as a result, and because there was no concert season, that's why there's a decrease. We actually had to do that, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. The New York State DMV, believe it or not, did a false ID for underage drinking undercover sting at one of the CMAQ shows, and those were all considered alcohol violations. So that particular year, when the DMV sent in agents to do that, our alcohol violations went through the roof. I mean, they like tripled. So when we put in our stats, they flagged us asking why we had such a significant increase in alcohol violations. We were able to go in and say there's a large concert venue on our grounds, and then we were able to provide information that the New York State DMV did this undercover sting, and that's why. So in the Department of Education, they note that. We don't do that in the annual security report, though.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? If not, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have some resolutions to deal with. The first is a bid renewal on the sprinkler and backflow system. And I think Christine is going to take care of that.
Yes, hi again. I am presenting you with a bid, a board resolution in order for the maintenance of our sprinkler and backflow inspection. It's an annual maintenance requirement and it flows through our EHS department. Does anybody have any questions on the bid request or the resolution request?
Any questions? Okay, if not, thanks, Christine. The next is the continuation of the agreement with Paragon Compliance. And Michelle is going to address that.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, everybody. In your packets, you have a resolution for the authorization to continue an agreement with Paragon Compliance. This is the vendor with whom we have an existing agreement that provides consulting services in regards to the Affordable Care Act. We use them for compliance with that regulation. So this is to continue that agreement for this year, and there is an annual cost of $47,700. We pay that split up in two chunks, January 31st and July 31st.
And the fee, just one question, that's the same fee we've been paying? Does it go up every year or?
That I don't know, Jeff. I can find out for you. This is the first time this contract's been renewed in my time here.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Are there any other questions?
Jeff, this is Rob. Talking with Cherie, it only went up a very small amount, a tiny amount. We can get you a figure if you're interested, but it's just a very
I just wondered if there were built-in increases if we were just going to extend the agreement. Any other questions? Okay, if not, we're back to Christine for acceptance of a bid on mail courier services.
Yes, in your packet, you'll find the bid resolution for the courier service. This is a service that picks up mail and delivers to our extension center. You'll notice that the bid has decreased as we're currently with COVID and successfully throughout the fall semester offering that service twice a week. And the bid is to request continuation of service with JetX. Does anybody have any questions?
Anybody have any questions? If not, thanks very much, Christine.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or items to come before the committee? If not, I'll entertain a motion and then turn it back to Steve for the rest of our evening schedule.
Rich will
I
move.
so move Barb Hamlin.
I'll second Rich Lefferts.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Steve?
Thank you, trustees. Assholes, really appreciate it. With the trustees' permission, let's take a break and we'll reconvene at 7 p.m. We'll see everyone at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello? Hey, Mike.
Yep, I hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just meant, I just didn't know if the chat was actually working. So this meeting's going long, you know, but yeah, you're clear on unmuting when he stops or starts the meeting, and that way I don't think there's going to be anybody with comments because it looks like the only people left in the meeting are the staff and, you know, but unmute it. And then when he asks for public comments, that way it'll be unmuted.
Yeah, the only thing about that unmute all is everybody's unmuted. So if I start hearing feedback from something,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to cut it out.
That's okay. Because, you know, as soon as he asks for, he might make some kind of comment at the beginning of the meeting, but as soon as he says it's the public portion comment of the meeting, go ahead and unmute.
Okay.
And then if there's no comments, go ahead and mute it. And if indeed there's a bunch of feedback, you know, you can mute it again. But if you unmute it, that gives people that message that they can hit the *6, I believe. So
Yeah, it's *6.
yeah, asterisk.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Asterisk,
that would be
yeah, whatever.
a wise thing to
And
do.
that's the other thing about the unmute all. I don't know that it's even going to allow me to really unmute everybody. It may just say request sent because I just tried
Correct.
unmuting you at first and it said request sent.
Yeah, you can't.
Go ahead.
You can't
Rick.
really unmute everybody like completely. They have to still do the *6.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll
And I
hit
believe
unmute all.
by hitting unmute all, it sends out that request, or you know.
Should. Yeah.
It should.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Steve will mention it too, I believe. But
Okay.
it's just something to, you know, to make sure people understand that they might need to do that. And then go ahead and mute it.
All right.
And then I don't know how long this meeting will take, but you know, once they go into the exec session, feel free to drop off. I would love to reboot and see if I can get my VPN working, but I don't dare, given that I'm. You know,
Yeah, I would probably not tonight.
yeah, no, no. So anyway, I'm gonna unmute or remute myself, but just FYI. Okay.
All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Folks are just coming back. We'll give it a couple more minutes.
Dave, while we're waiting, I have a question regarding the American
Absolutely.
Bar Association memo. So
let's see that one
not
from
participating in
Jonathan.
that anymore. That's not something that the board has to approve.
It's not that, that's why that's in my report, so we can go through it. We're going to talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I just didn't see it as an actionable voting item, so that's.
Well,
why I brought it up.
we have made a decision, so we want to make sure you're good with it before we do that.
Got it. Thanks.
Yep. What we have is a recommendation of what we'd like to do.
Okay, I see that we have all trustees met. Thank you very much. I'll remember to maybe make that 7:05 next time. So sorry to rush you through the break there, but welcome back. And we will again call to order the Board of Trustees, January 6, 2021, Finger Lakes Community College Board of Trustees meeting. Originally scheduled for 6:15 p.m. We're commencing here at 7:02 p.m. And this is our portion of the agenda to welcome the members of our community. We value your input, and we ask that you identify yourselves if you'd like to share any thoughts at this meeting. And we'll provide up to 5 minutes for comments, individual comments during this section. For anyone calling in, again, remember to hit *6. That'll unmute yourself. Only those people calling in. Let's see, we do have one call-in user. This is, again, our public portion and our community portion of the meeting. Would anyone like to share their comments with the Board of Trustees at this time? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing nor hearing none. We'll move on to the two consent agenda items. And with, again, the trustees' permission, we'll take all 4 of these together. Approve the consent agenda for the December 2nd trustees committee and board meeting minutes. And then also the resolutions that are referenced there and those that we heard about in our committee report. So if you would please, I need a motion and a second, and identify yourself as you give us that motion, please.
I'll move, George.
I'll second. This is Jeff.
Terrific. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions, carried. Thank you. Dr. Nye or Janet, any old or new business that we want to address on this portion of the meeting? Or trustees, anything else that you'd like to bring up from previous meetings?
None for me.
Seeing none. Okay,
None for
underneath the chair's report. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. And thank you, Dr. Nye. I'd just like to take the opportunity, I don't think I've said this to all of you trustees collectively, but thank you for your attentiveness and engagement these last 10, 11 months as we've done things virtually, and even the length of some of these meetings and so forth. You've been focused, and we really appreciate that, and it's something that none of us anticipated about a year ago, so we appreciate that. And it would also be remiss if we didn't take the opportunity to once again thank Dr. Nye, the cabinet, the staff, everyone on campus, including the students. What a 10, 11-month period of time it's been, and everyone has certainly performed exceptionally well, especially knowing the fact that we didn't know what was ahead of us sometimes day to day, week to week. We've had some very challenging decisions, and everyone's been very adult-like and handled them with some great confidence. So we appreciate that. We'll turn to Dr. Nye's President's report right now. Rob, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. I'll be brief in terms of what's in here, but I wanted to highlight a few things. First off, in my report, I mentioned that we had canceled our winter sports based on them being high-risk sports. And I think it's the right decision. It's very difficult because it hurts our students. and it hurts our institution. And you'll notice in the report, it said that there were 27 to 30 colleges that decided not to do their winter sports. I don't know of any that are doing basketball anymore either. Learned today that those that were doing it were not anymore. But there was at least one college of the three that wanted to continue winter sports that was going to try to continue women's volleyball during the winter time frame. What I'd like to highlight today is gave permission for our athletic director to put in what we would intend to do for spring, for the spring sports, and we intend to conduct all of our spring sports and compete in them. And those are men's and women's track and field, soccer, lacrosse, and I'm leaving out something. We also have our logging sports, but all of our typical traditional spring sports, we are going to submit that we intend to run those. We had to have our athletic director, Sam Boccaccino, submit that. She's got to submit it by tomorrow. And then we will get a total of what the summary is from all the community colleges, hopefully on Friday, to move forward. I think that everybody's going to try to do their spring sports because they're lower risk, they're outdoors. But we still have risks we have to take care of. And after talking to Sam Boccaccino today, I'm very confident that we will do all the things that are safe for our students to be able to conduct the sports and to allow them continue. And as Sam said today, it's really important for these spring students to be able to do that because they lost last year. And so all of our spring season. So it's important that if we can, that we can run the sports. I have caveated that it really depends on one thing. It depends on the pandemic and how the pandemic goes. And if we can't, we won't, but we're going to do everything we can to do that. Also wanted to let you know during opening days, I highly encourage you to attend the keynote speaker, Dr. Michael Mendoza, who is the head of the Monroe County Public Health. I don't know if you ever watched him on his press conferences, but I've had the pleasure of listening to him present to the Rochester area community colleges. And he is an exceptional speaker who will provide information and knowledge for us in terms of how to operate in a crisis and to conduct change management, and also to provide us technical information about COVID and where we're at. And when he's given that to the Rochester area presidents, it has been phenomenal. Would be one word, but just simply it has you on the edge of your seat as he talks to you about the knowledge that he has and how he presents it.
Rob,
yeah.
Rob, could I interrupt for just a second?
Sure.
Think about, as just a matter of professional courtesy, extending an invitation to Mary Beer for that presentation by Dr. Mendoza.
Absolutely. And also to the new county administrator as well. It's a great idea.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yep. I wanted to at least highlight that we really are trying to change and be a community influencer. And it all stems back on one of my last things I put in the report was talking about activities in Geneva. And I wanted to talk about that because I talk about we need to be a community influencer a lot. And that goes back to my first experience, one of my first experiences in Geneva in Labor Day weekend of September of 16, when I watched the president of HWS come out for the NAACP book supply, school supply giveaway, and how much that college influenced that community. We're starting to see a shift that we are becoming equally or as much or better of a community influencer in that community. And I think that's very important in Geneva because HWS can only serve so many students from that community. We can serve every student. And so through the efforts to really get to know the new Geneva School Superintendent, we are working very closely with them. I'm very proud of the efforts that Carol and Jonathan are doing to work new opportunities with the superintendent in the areas that I've listed in my report, and much more as we can go. And I'll also be on their steering committee for their strategic plan development that they're starting next week. So I wanted to highlight that because we need to do this all over, and the work that Jonathan and Carol will do with their folks is very, very important to us to be even more of a community influencer in that area. And then Sata, one thing that you asked about it that we needed to have a discussion about is the accreditation for our paralegal program, our ABA accreditation. And I gave you all a synopsis of the pluses and minuses of the accreditation by ABA. And in a minute, I'm going to be quiet since I'm the generalist and I'm a talking head. And I'll let both Jonathan and Deborah talk about specifics from their area in terms of what we're looking at as a recommendation. The reason it's not here for a resolution is I believe it's important first to have the discussion, and then we will have the resolution for you for official approval in the next month's meeting. We just had to have a decision by the 15th of whether or not we wish to continue with ABA accreditation. Our recommendation is to not continue with ABA at this point in time, but I'm going to let Jonathan and Deborah talk about the specifics of why we are recommending that we discontinue our ABA accreditation for that program. And Jonathan and Deborah, whichever one you'd like to go first, take it away.
How about I start and Deborah could clarify anything that's unclear. ABA is very prescriptive in terms of an accreditor. They have lots of hoops to jump through, and it's very prescriptive. So it's expensive. By removing our ABA accreditation, right now the annual cost is approximately $55,000. Every 7 years, it's about $10,000 more when we have to get reaccredited. We think we could save about $35,000 and still retain the county status as being a law library because we'll have those restrictions removed. Right now, we spend a large amount on print materials and a specific database called Westlaw. We could completely use LexisNexis and have access to all of these materials. So there's the cost savings, $35,000. But probably more important is the idea that we're not able to offer a fully online paralegal program because they require 9 credits to be synchronous, or at least in person, or even remote synchronous. It's unclear, but we think that's a possibility. But it still requires a person to be at a certain place at a certain time in front of a computer. We think that we'll have a lot more marketing and opportunity to be more flexible and convenient if we are able to remove that accreditation requirement and then move the entire program into an online modality. It also opens up the types of courses that we're offering, because right now it's very constrained by what ABA requires from a paralegal program. We could expand it, diversify, and broaden it to a legal studies associate's degree that would attract four-year students, so transfer students who are interested in a law degree, as well as prepare students to take and sit for an ABA certification or a paralegal certification. Not ABA, it's the paralegal certification. So I'll pause there and find out if Deborah wants to add anything or if someone has a question.
I think when we're considering accreditation, it's good to revisit what the overall purpose and intent around accreditation is. And this is a subject matter specific accreditation. It does not impact our regional accreditation, which is our Middle States accreditation. So we remain a fully accredited institution, which is obviously important for, among other reasons, so that we're able to give out financial aid. But in general, accreditation is meant to improve quality and provide an overall opportunity for a peer review quality enhancement of teaching and learning. If I in any way, shape, or form thought that the quality of our teaching and learning would decrease by removing this accreditation, I would never recommend that. But the reality is this particular accreditation has not changed in the ways that our teaching and learning needs to change to serve our students. And so it's incumbent upon us to seek other ways to continue to improve our our education and our teaching and learning opportunities. And that's why we're really making the recommendation, so we can grow, so that we can reach our community and continue to serve it in the ways that it's growing and changing. This accreditation is preventing us from doing that.
Let's open it up for questions in terms. Go ahead, Santa. Right, go ahead.
Yep. So if we were not going to renew, but we decided in 2 or 3 years that we wanted to take it back, what's the cost associated with it at that point?
The cost.
Cost and effort.
Got it. I'll give cost, effort, and time frame. How about that? So the cost is similar to the costs outlined in the memo. So it would be, they charge for, I don't have the specific costs for becoming reaccredited, but the candidacy cost would probably be $1,500 to $2,500. We could look it up. It's a 1-year candidacy. So you apply for candidacy. It would be a fair amount of work, but we have the infrastructure to do it. It's a 1-year candidacy and then 3 years as a candidate before you could apply for full ABA status. I think that's correct, Deborah.
It is.
It is a fair amount of work.
Thank you.
To follow up on that question, I have 2 thoughts that come to mind. One is, do you think that the ABA accreditation group might come into the 21st century at some point, and then it would be more appropriate to join? And 2, are there any other accrediting bodies besides them for this particular kind of program?
There's not any other accrediting bodies that are appropriate for this particular type of degree and at our level. As to whether or not they'll come into the 21st century, COVID was a pretty big game changer in the education sphere, so I certainly am not going to rule that out. They are, for sure, they have been very anti-online education, blatantly so, for a number of years. And in fact, it's only in the last year or so that the even 9 credit hour piece that Jonathan was mentioning came into play. It's been more restrictive in the past. There are a number of very prominent schools that, including Georgetown, as the sort of most prominent, that dropped ABA previously, several years ago, around paralegal, because they simply didn't find that it could meet the needs of its learners in the way that it needed to. So I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know for sure. I do think that COVID was a significant disruptor, and that disruptor is affecting every accreditor that I follow, whether it's because of my work here at FLCC or sort of broadly in keeping up with my professional knowledge. There are a lot of conversations happening. But that being said, my experience with this accreditor, as well as broadly with accreditors, is they are a slow-moving bunch. And so I don't see that change happening overnight. And we're at a point with this program and with the feedback we're getting from our advisory boards and the general sort of economic climate here in this region, as well as broadly what's going on with online education and those changes I mentioned from COVID, where we need to be able to respond now. And we're also at a point of renewal for our accreditation. So it's a good point to reflect on this, review this, and make the right decision at this point. It would be work to come back to ABA, but not impossible work we already have the infrastructure for, and work that we will continue to do the good work of continuous improvement, of looking at equity and inclusion, of managing our curriculum. None of that goes away, because that's what good colleges do, and also because our other accreditor, Middle States, would continue to require that anyway. So it's not as if we're going to suddenly not have the ability to go back. It just would require us to go through a process again. So that certainly is a consideration.
Other questions? Jeff, did you have one?
No, it's been addressed.
This is George. I've got a quick question, and it doesn't appear to, there's no currency for the students, this accreditation. It doesn't appear from reading the material that doesn't help them get a job, get a better job. So there's no real value there.
I participated in the advisory board discussion, which was really good. It had about 8 people involved. Some of them were alumni, some of them were in the industry. The alumni are all paralegals in the Ontario, Monroe County area. Basically, what came out of that conversation was, for students who are brand new, the ABA approved is a marketing strategy. They think it's an indicator of quality that they understand. Oh, it's accredited. But for employers, it is not. It's a small area. They rely on word of mouth. And they said they actually have no idea where they're paralegals, if they came from an ABA accredited program or not. And then the alumni who said that said, yeah, in retrospect, it didn't matter if we were ABA approved, but it was a marketing strategy that worked well, that sort of ABA approval.
This is Santa. I have another question.
Sure.
I understand that enrollment in the program has decreased, but of those enrolled, how is the retention rate and the graduation rate, if you will?
That's a good question, and it's really strong. It's one of our strongest retained programs. I don't have the number right in front of me, but I might be able to get it. But it's strong, Santa.
Overall, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's one of our top performing programs. It is also the top or second highest performing program in terms of some of our institutional wide assessments, particularly around writing and critical thinking, which does make some sense when you consider sort of the emphasis of what happens in paralegal training, that really comes out in some of our institutional wide assessments.
Other final questions of
Yes.
Jonathan
Can
Deborah?
we do
Go ahead, Sal.
both? Oh, am I muted now? Okay. So one of the options is to not continue with this accreditation, but also, Jonathan, what did you say you wanted to do an AA program instead?
Say that again?
You wanted to do an associate's, a degree program instead of the certificate?
Oh, we offer a certificate and an associate's degree.
Oh,
And
so you do already out.
yep, we offer an associate's degree and a certificate. They're both ABA approved, but the curriculum is dictated by ABA expectations. You must have a course that addresses A, B, and C. You must have a course that is addressed by X, Y, Z. If we were not ABA approved, we would be able to stand up a course that might be a little bit more flexible and more on legal studies rather than completely focused on paralegal. And that allows us to attract students who might not be interested in their end game being a paralegal, but would rather get that certificate, then move on to a 4-year institution and then law school. It's more attractive for those transfer students.
And that would be a both and, not a supplanting. It just gives us some curricular flexibility to expand some of the learning outcomes in some of the courses or have a couple of options within the program. We can't currently do that. So we can attract transfer students or students maybe from a different area like psychology or criminal justice who would like a course or two in the area. And we don't have enough flexibility to do that. So it makes it more attractive, but we still would be able to continue to meet the needs of career-bound students in paralegal.
So it's probably not feasible just to add those classes that you're talking about that you would want to add to the program?
We could add courses, but we couldn't. Our graduates from a paralegal degree program would have to take certain courses. And in order to get ABA approval, I think we have to define that associate's degree. And then we'd have to have a second degree that was legal studies as opposed to paralegal. And I'm not sure we have capacity to stand up both types of degrees.
Santa, can I add another thing? Just this is a way of trying to save this program from having to sunset it. And it's this is kind of our last shot. The numbers in the program, 2016, 6 students, 12 and 17, 8 and 18, 5 and 19, 2 and 2020. And it's one of the programs that when you all talked about what programs do you need to look at that you have to sunset. This is one of them. And this is one way that we think might prevent having to sunset that program and still be a service to the community and be much more flexible. And also really, truly to get even further into the online arena, because it really is a game changer for us in terms of where we're at in enrollments. And that's one of the major reasons we're looking at that is the flexibility to get it online and to have more folks there. If we maintain the where we're at with ABA, it's going to be fairly rigid, and we'll probably be back in a year or two and sunsetting the program. And I won't say probably, but there'll be a likelihood.
Well,
If we can have
you
those
had me.
numbers. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you finish, Santa.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, if someone could just provide those numbers, yeah, those are pretty low. So now I understand where.
Oh, the enrollment numbers.
The
Okay.
enrollment numbers, yeah, that makes a difference.
Mhm.
Thank you.
My only comment was you had me at Georgetown Law. If they don't need it, we don't need it. I think I know where I'm going here.
So
Okay,
I guess,
well, that seems to be go ahead. Yes, Dr. Nye, yes.
I was just going to say, based on listening to you all, there's a lag delay between us deciding and letting folks know and then putting the resolution. If there's not any concerns, we would like to move forward with that, and then we will have the resolution for next month. Is that okay?
I'm looking around, I see 8, I see nine nods, and so
I-
it looks like we're ready for that for our February meeting. Jeff, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say after this discussion, I appreciate the fact you want to draft a resolution and have us adopt it. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't move on right now.
We will by January 15th to notify. But the reason that you would like to have a resolution, and Santa hit on this, it is an accrediting decision, and the college is making a decision on an accrediting activity, not a Middle States one, but it's still an accrediting activity that I think that it's important for the board to be involved in that final decision making.
Well, and that's fine. I was just suggesting absent a written out resolution, if everybody was in agreement, I'd entertain making a motion to authorize you to do it.
Is there a protocol, Dr. Nye or Jonathan, that we need to take in order to, we don't want to get ahead of a process here. I like Jeff's suggestion if in fact that does work, but what is your preference between the three of you?
It does give us a chance to go through the governance process. So it probably is something that if the board is going to act on it, it might be important for our academic senate to review, discuss before we bring it to the board.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. And one more thing, if you can have those numbers before the next meeting, I would appreciate it.
Got it.
Thanks.
This is Donna. Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying, do you need something from us, Rob, to be able to say this is okay with the board? You know, the board's on board. before the 15th?
I personally don't. I just
Okay.
what I wanted is I wanted to make sure that there was a dialogue with you all and that you were comfortable that we would provide you a recommendation that we can move forward. And I did believe that a final resolution should be provided just because it's an accrediting activity that you all have made a decision. You all make decisions on $2,000 worth of widgets. So I think it's appropriate that in terms of accrediting activity, that you also are the final approving authority for that activity.
Good question, Donna. This was really a discussion point, but and a very healthy and good discussion amongst everyone. Thank you for that. Dr. Nye, back to you. We're still underneath your president's report. What else would you like?
Chairman Martin, that concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll turn our attention to liaison and committee reports. And as we do each month, we'll start out with Trustee Kai and give you the floor and an opportunity to share our students' insight. So,
hello, I hope you've all had a good break. I have just a few brief updates about the end of the semester. First of all, Active Minds has finished strong with varying dialogue, self-care, helping friends, and further resources. Student Corp, secondly, has redefined engagement to focus more on creating content that is consumable for the students when they need it. They've done this primarily by recording things, and they've begun taking up some partnerships with groups, Art Space 36 being one of the largest, which helps to create monthly art programs with artists and community members to help just build up more programs for students, excuse me. Lastly, the spring calendar is underway. We've been putting a greater emphasis on supporting students with food insecurity, using more grab and go events and Grubhub partnerships. That concludes my report. Thank you.
great questions of Kai. And as you're thinking of them, I do have one for you. I'm curious in terms of the perspective that you might have representing our students with regard to the virtual experiences that they've had. They had now a full semester, if you will, some in person, some virtual, but how has that gone and how are some of those challenges, if you will, been handled? And from
there were some challenges with seeing low turnouts at first, but that really fit into the redefining engagement to help to kind of readjust our expectations according to what we've seen and what the situation demands, to focus more on providing for students in need than getting the high attendance that we might have expected at the beginning of the year.
Go ahead, Jeff. You had a question?
My only comment was, given the length of these meetings and as often as we have them in the school year, seems like Kai ought to get some kind of credit for his endurance.
Sounds like a 1 credit opportunity there. Okay. So noted.
So,
thank you, Kai.
Kai, I just wanted to see if you would like to add anything from a personal perspective, how your year is going.
It's been more difficult than being in person for me personally. I think that a lot of students have had that struggle with adjusting to this different style of learning. But overall, it's been an adjustment that the school and all of the facilities within it have helped a lot of students adjust to, including myself.
Great, thanks.
Thanks for sharing that.
Okay, moving on to Trustee Jeff and Enterprise Risk and Audit Committee. Any updates this month?
No, nothing specific. So maybe at the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Board Development, Santa and Donna, how about from you?
This is Donna. Same thing. Nothing to report at this point, other than Steve, you had requested some thoughts from us on
Middle states.
board development for middle states accreditation. And so Santa and I put some thoughts together to pass on, which by the way, reminds me, I meant to send that off to the committee. I don't think I did that. So we will do that.
Yes, thank you to both of you as well as Jeff and for the enterprise risk. We had a couple questions as we go through that process and appreciate your timely responses on that as well. Association, we certainly had a full update, Barb, with regard to what's going on with the association. And I know you and Don represent us there. And anything else you want to add? And there certainly has been a lot of discussion already.
Yeah, I think Stephanie certainly covered it. It's amazing what happens with COVID. It's a prime example, I think, of how businesses are affected. It's startling. I don't know how they're going to come out of it, frankly.
Significant challenges, that's for sure. I agree. So glad they had some reserves in place. Some
Right.
good fiscal management certainly brought them to that point. Thank you. Santa and Joan, how about
I'll go to the bathroom and go to bed.
Okay, good night. I have nothing to report, Steve.
All right, dear.
Okie dokie. Great. Thank you very much. And NYCCT, Donna, the transition's officially happened. We're in a new year. Any updates with regard to the statewide activities?
No particular update. NYCCT is planning to work closely with the president's group to make sure that we are on the same page when it comes to the specific ask this year in the budget. And I think the presidents have done an excellent job of putting together a very dynamic, sort of proactive approach, very reasonable, well thought out. The question is, what is the specific ask? So whenever that's determined, we're hoping to get all the community colleges on board to support that. That's all.
Okay, great. And then Student Corp, Santa and George, I thank you for your report. I read it with interest. Anything you'd like to add to that report or questions of George or Santa?
Nothing more to add.
No? Okay, great. All righty. I see no other business in front of the board at this point in time. Dr. Nye, anything else that we're missing?
Nope, not from my end.
Great, okay.
Steve, I have a question. This is
So I'm going to reference in, please, Santi. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Dr. Nye, when is opening days?
January 29th, and we'll make sure you all get the information on it. It's Sim's finalizing the whole details, but January 29th.
Friday. Okay, thank you.
I'll make sure you got that right, though. I might not have that right. I have January 29th in the brain. Jonathan,
It's
go
the
ahead.
27th. It's the 27th.
27th.
Wednesday, the 27th.
My apologies.
Do we have a time?
Oh, yes, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock, we'll start my initial presentation as usual, and then Dr. Mendoza will follow immediately afterwards.
All right, thanks. Just so we can put on our calendars.
Great.
Oh, thanks, Santa. Other questions? All righty. Just give me a quick moment to read the two executive sessions, and then we'll adjourn to both of them. Executive session 1 to discuss matters regarding collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law, New York Public Officers Law, Article 7, Section 105E. And then we'll also conduct an executive session 2 to discuss matters regarding the employment history of a particular person or matters leading to the employment of a particular person pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law, New York Public Officers Law, Article 7, Section 105, letter F as in Frank. Please, a motion and a second to enter into executive sessions, plural. Please, a motion.
Move, Barb Hamlin. This is Joan. I second that we move to the two executive sessions.
Great. A motion and a second on the floor. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Steve?
Abstentions? Carried. Great. We'll see you in the executive session, the separate link. We'll see everyone in about 30 seconds. Thank you all.
Ugh. So,
Fun times.
yeah, this is still open public meeting, still being recorded, but you guys can feel free to drop off. And Rick, I will contact Matt, I think. Is he the appropriate person for reloading the VPN app on my laptop, do you think?
Yeah, I would have to agree. Windows related, yeah, he'd be better than I would.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could probably help, but Matt would have it.
No, I think Matt was the one who set it up before.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So let's see, Mike, I think you have to hand hosting back to me, perhaps. I don't know.
Okay.
And then I'll just sit until the meeting ends. Right now, there's nobody on here but us.
Okay, I've handed it over.
Okay. All
This is
right.
not working.
All right. Well, another day, another time. And
Yeah.
thank you for everything as usual.
Absolutely.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah, in a month, roughly.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, something. I think my machine is getting ready to lock up.
You know what? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
I think
I guess.
I had my whatever. I got headphones in. I think the microphone part was covered up by me holding my arm over it. So holding my forehead.
That'll do it.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. All right, sir. I will see you, talk to you soon, and thank you
Yeah.
for everything. And I'll keep the meeting open while they're in exec session.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mike.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye bye.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Great. Okay, we're back in open session here. Please, a motion and a second to end the meeting of January 6th. Please, a motion.
I move that we end the meeting, Steve. This is Joan.
Strongly second.
George, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a pleasant evening. Thank you for hanging in. 9:06 p.m. Be safe.
Thank you.
Remain
Thank
well.
you. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.